Morning, morning. August 10th, 2020. We're giving a recap here at 5 after 8 Central Time and the plan moving forward. Morning, Tupac. Hopefully, you can see the stream. Morning, morning. Please let me know if you can hear the stream or not when I'm talking. You should be able to see the stream and hear me talking. Please let me know. Perfect, great. So apparently I know what I'm doing. Good. Give me a couple more minutes and we'll go over this from my perspective of what's taking place. I did provide an overview if you want to look at that in the Discord room and the levels and the outlook, and pretty much stayed with what was posted on Sunday as well, and then a little update as we're waiting for this open on direction to see if we can lose 46 and come into yesterday's range. Looks like Tupac's the man on GC today, so that's awesome. And what was shared for the group over the weekend appears to be helping out from one of the members sharing how they trade. So that's awesome as we look and learn together. So let's get started on this real quick as an overview. So people are starting to post some stuff about NQ and everything else. As I had stated on Sunday, really what we're looking to do here as an overview is that we are bullish still when we look at NQ or ES from the period of starting from way before on the lows, coming back over here from 33.11 and moving back up. So at the current time we had a couple gaps that were moving up, as you can see on my chart, and then now we're in a position as we continually move up to hit a key area of 33.55 that was mentioned in the room. 33.55 is an area to the left of the bottom of congestion from the all-time highs. Currently this happened in the overnight, so we have an overnight area of 33.55. If we're going to continue up, we're going to have to gain that. And then on Friday's close in the area of 46 here, that's listed on the chart. We need to get below that, and then obviously Thursday's high as well at 33.44. So that's really my key number. But as we do that, even if we lose it, we need to look to Friday's area of range of value, which is 42 here, that we would have to come back in and start filling some 30-minute candles in to push us down to the value low here. So really we would be retracing by losing these highs back into the range here, looking for possible longs, but taking the target of the trend by losing this area of 42 to be pushing to shorts back down into this area, and then holding 28 to stay within that range. A key area to keep in mind as we're doing this, though, is to look at NQ. So the NQ chart, as I had talked about too, fell from the all-time highs, but ES is holding where it was moving up from in its bullish area, and even though NQ fell down here, it is still bullish as we are above Thursday's RTH low area. We lost it on Friday, came back and regained it, and there's a lot of areas as we look at a profile to be repaired. So the first area was here, which in the Globex was played, and then we have a couple more on the high side filling in the possibility that we're still waiting for the stimulus package. If I was going to draw this out, again, just from here, we would be looking to build a profile that would look something like this. So we can still stay within this range on NQ as long as we don't lose these key numbers. We need to stay above 128 and then 094 and obviously hold this low. So we could still come in here and build this part of the distribution for NQ while staying within the range. If NQ stays within the range, we are still staying within Friday's range for ES and not losing it. So we need to watch the open here, see how we're going to open, if we're going to open and drive right back into the lower portion of the range on Friday, or if we are going to hold this and retest some of these highs pushing up. So we still are bullish. We are waiting for a change in direction. We could have a retracement back down, but really my key number is going to be around this 11 area, or as I have marked here now, 33.10. Let's just call it an even 11. Till we lose this, we're not really changing any of the bullish momentum. So we just might have some range bound today if we end up losing 33.46, which coincides with NQ still holding its lows and also the previous low from Thursday and still staying within the range. So my expectation is that we would stay within the range here and play a game today back and forth. We'll change it if we drop on the lows, but if we hold this on NQ, we're just waiting for a period of more information to continue the bullish run, with the possibility of NQ making another run at the all-time high, while at the same time ES moving all the way up to push closer to its all-time highs, which we happen to know is way up above on the 3300 plus area. So there's the overview for today. I am going to be watching this as we open, coming in here on ES. If we drive back down, I'm going to be waiting for some confirmation to come within this value area that I have. So here's the simple lines. Here's the high area, depending on what you have for a chart. Here's the low area. If we come within this range, drop down, lose the highs, and stick below this area of the 42, then we're going to be pushing back down into 33.30 for a short. If not, holding this back up, we're looking to move back up and test these highs, and then getting above 55. Our bigger target is way up to 74. Not that we're going to do that necessarily in a straight line, but obviously gaining 55 is something that we would want to lose if we were going to come back down. So we have a couple scenarios that could take place if I draw these out here, right? We could hold this area, come back up, test, down, and then start playing these levels, right, on our way back up. As we're doing this, though, going back and forth on these levels, we need to make sure that if we do pop up, right, that if we don't have continuation above here, right, maybe we'll pop up, lose it, then we're back in this process of being back down or back up here again, watching it, wanting to lose the highs over here to the left, losing back here to come back in this position here. So there's a quick overview of the possibilities of what could take place. We need to watch this open, and then I'll call those things out moving forward. Since Ryan's gone today, if there's any issues of either seeing the stream, maybe there might be some invites that are coming in that I need to give permission, please let me know. Or obviously, if you cannot hear me as we're waiting for the open here in 14 minutes. Let's stay patient. Mondays can have a little bit of cleaning out the book, depending on orders that came in. So again, we will watch this area to make a decision. Right now, bullish, but we could lose this, come back in, regain this, and then move back up. So we'll be watching these areas. There's not a lot here in the profile on Friday that needs to be repaired. There is a possibility here again, just to draw this out, that we could hold this area as we come back in. If we look at this from the 40 perspective and getting back in here, you can see that we'd be pushing back down into a 39 number. And if I can't get some closes down here on the 30-minute, closing below this area, could hold this 40 and pop back up as well. So from a profile perspective on EES, profile is really pretty clean. There's a bad low down here, so we could go down at some point and lose this. This means that they were trapped when they were selling here. They got trapped, and then we had a buy at high up here, so this made sense that the bullish momentum continuing the higher time frame trend continued up to make a new high. Let's take a look here. It might be a little cleaner as we get into the same areas that I mentioned before. For NQ, this would be an area that needs to be repaired, and then at the same time too, we ended up repairing this one here in the Globex. Doesn't mean that we can't, but we're going to need to gain this to go back up. So really large profile inside of balance here. If we stay inside of here, that's why I'm saying there can be some messing around within this range as we open to find out what we're going to do. And they could push it down, re-lose this, and gain it coming back in on the possibility to keep going up, and then using EES at the same time. Even if NQ falls and makes a new low, we would still be holding the low here to push back up higher. For those that are trading CL on the Twitch stream, you can see that there are levels here that I have marked that are very important to me as we're moving up. Even in the progression when we came back down here, now that we're open, we're holding the 41.57 and moving up. As we're moving up, the target is to 44.08, and then these areas will play and give a reaction, but the bigger goal would be back up to 43. But again, here as we're going into the area, we need to keep in mind the value areas are here in CL. So where my mouse is pointing right now, we are on the high side of that and pushing back up into Thursday's value area, and you need to see some closes up above 42 to tell you that you're going to be targeting the 42 area. So we are still moving back up with the trend, still higher on CL, those that are trading it. These levels, again, are proprietary levels for us that are areas that could be marked to be played and get a reaction off of. And as you can see, they have worked out when they've been down here to the next level, losing this here to the next one, and now regaining, and in the Globex here, retesting the 41.25 to be played again, and holding the 41.57, targeting 42.08. So there's a little recap as CL is open back up. For those that are watching the stream, either on Twitch or YouTube, thank you for joining. Obviously, hit that button for subscribing and following so that you can get these updates as we're going through them. You can see the levels that are in front of you have also played last night in the Globex. Just looking at the 30-minute chart, these levels are provided before the market even opens. We did a session on Sunday to talk about them, and then you can see that they ended up playing out, and we give that overview. For those that are in the group, I posted a CL chart in CL trading of what I went over on the Twitch at the same time. Ryan is out. Generally, he is overseeing CL and GC. So I will do my best. Obviously, you had the levels. That's why I showed the chart for CL out of there. But today specifically, I will be focusing on ES and NQ. Still holding 45 area for ES, telling us that we need to be long. No major news today. Unless my news alert is not showing up, I'm not really interested in medium or low news. Only high news, high level news. At the same time too, I'm not looking to trade the news, just looking for it to bring in some volume if there was. Generally, as we're moving in this direction and we're bullish for ES, you should not be fading the trend. You can, but it better work out in your favor if you're going to do it right away. Otherwise, don't let it go against you too far if you choose to short. That's for those that are playing the one and done. So you still have the 51.75 that can give a reaction, but we can see it's a little bit worn out. And the trend is still up, or we are still bullish as we talked about in holding this area at the 45.46. CL moving to its first target, 42.08 area, and then we'll be watching this candle, see how it is going to move above or hold the low volume area for Thursday. Just take a quick peek before the market opens. It's the same thing as we're moving up. On NQ, this is the NQ chart. And you can see that we are holding this area of 128, moving up to target 147. There's NQ on the stream, pushing up. If you were long, target hit for CL. Can still hold a position for higher. So the market's open. Let's see what we got here. So there's the test. Back up, see if we're going to gain this 55.25. Again, we are bullish. Watch yourself if you choose to short. You know that you need to lose this area of 46.45 in order to change this move to come back into value. But as of right now in this open, we are basically opening right in the RTH high area from Friday, so we wouldn't call it a gap. We're just a continuation play. for up. NQ pushing down just from the open area, so we need to watch it. Here's the 51 again, same deal as we talked about. So I'm waiting for some direction here. If you're not long, you need to wait. We're trying to find out what type of buyers that we have here. It's going to be an intermediate time frame that's going to be pushing up, or it's just the open of them clearing out the books here, hitting the 51.75. You'll see me bounce back and forth here so I can see direction. See, NQ trying to lose this 128. So if it loses it, that 155 is probably going to pull down on that ES. So I'm not sure right now. So no aggressive buyers there, not that they can't come back in. For myself, off to the side, I have an NQ chart, so I can see that it's losing the 128 area. Doesn't mean that it can't pop back up, but I'm watching that instead of flicking back and forth here. The same chart as we're here. So, like I said, it's very possible that this could pull back down, hold these levels, and then pop back up. So they're looking to fill their tanks full of gas here, more than likely, to pop back up as they're waiting for news, since they're in this balance area. And you can see NQ is still pushing up. So my belief on Sunday that I shared with the group was that they had pulled NQ back down, holding the lows, waiting to equal it out so that NQ and ES at the same time can be making a new high. If you had played 51.75, there was a pullback there for a little bit, but like I said, it needed to go for you. So it's just a 5-minute chart. If you played the 51.75, which is the high of this candle, you basically came back down only for a couple points. So we're waiting for direction, hence why I say don't go against, fade the trend, which is still up until we have some information. And then again, here's NQ popping back up. Scalp, I see that, yes. Figured that there probably was. So a retest over here, when we look at the chart, just from a 30-minute, like I had said before, you can kind of see it. So when we drop back down, it's going to be pulling some divergence, if you're playing that, and then the pop back up to equal it. And then when we come back down, this is going to create some divergence that is in there as well. So, still long though. I'm not sure if the guys in the group can see this when I pull it in. I'll copy a chart here, but obviously, like I said, first target being hit on CL, and then the upward movement that took place going past 42 could still hold it. So this candle being in the value over here is targeting 42.31. So a little back and forth makes sense. Looks like my open's off here a little bit. Ultimately, the goal here, again, as I had said, is that NQ, after it's done pissing around here, would push itself up into here. What's the number, Tupac, on the 4-hour pivot you have for CL? through, and then as stated here too, Tupac, on the stream, here's the number, so see, there's the target right there, 42.32. So using the 4 hour and obviously some high value areas made sense. So you have a high value area that would have been on Thursday, and then also would have been the low value area for Wednesday. So a very important area of the 42.32 for CL. These moves were called out and shown to you guys, so it's nice to see them working out. Retesting the high, bullish, not losing 33, 45 for ES or 46, pushing up. Same thing, retest down below, and now going up to the 147 if you were looking to take money off on the long. Good job for NQ. So as we have this transition, we need to stay above the open, which for me is 137 on NQ. And then for ES in the area, whoops, $3,350 for ES. Sometimes the market becomes a little hard for us or other traders if we're not watching what is taking place prior or having the examples that I've laid out since early Sunday morning of what more than likely was going to take place, which is working out as forecasted. So even though we had some moves here on ES that were up and down, pulling back down, each of these levels played, and then regaining the high here was an indication that we're going to push up. So this was them just balancing the books and then going higher on the trade. Even though that NQ was looking a little different for us as far as what was important, since we were on the low side of it, but that I was expecting them just to balance here and push up. So on the trade here, you can see we actually hit 147 basically right to the tick. Doesn't mean that it's done. We need to watch ourselves here, but obviously we have closed above Thursday's value low, and so by holding this we will continue up. So if you were long, if you got in the right position, you can still hold on to your trade, but we're watching for the continuation to get past this area here. Here's the 5525, so important area. It's a key pivot area for direction right now on ES. If we start losing this, I'd be willing to play short. If we gain it, I'm going to get long. It's so important that you have the right perspective of being either bullish or bearish. It saves accounts. So those that are listening on Twitch or YouTube, that overview of having that is key. So even if you were on the CL that I talked about before, it is still long and pushing up even though we have into our levels. So if you're going to short this, that's fine, you get some money out of it, but until there's a change, we don't know that it can't continue up higher. So we basically have played within this level, gaining Thursday's low area, testing back up to the high, you would be waiting for confirmation one way or the other and be done with the trade, or sitting in from the lows, still long. There's the pullback on ES to test. Still Monday, a bunch of back and forth. Well, again, that 4160 that you're looking at, Tupac, right, is what I have mentioned before for those that are in the room. And you can find that level of why that was marked at one period of time. So I actually have it as 4157, and holding that a couple times without breaching it, actually played 3 times, means that we're going to continue back up for a period of time on CL. Good job, Tupac. So back into this area of highs that were cleared, right? So it's a good target down there. But then looking for that to continue up, maybe not getting enough momentum is here at 5175 to continue back up. So the expectation on the one and done methodology is from 55 to get back down, is taught in the room of how to manage that trade. It needs to go more, as we might be looking for 5 points, but our target would be 5175. Playing it for sure to 52.75 would be the for sure out, and that's what's taken place. Going to be a lot of game playing here this week with folks on NQ back and forth. So even though these levels are talked about or marked pre, you might say they're static or lineal. I hate to say that as I'm looking at CL on the Twitch account, but obviously there's other ones that I'm aware of for momentum. So that 42.32 dropping back down, and then in order for it to continue back up would be 42.08. But at the same time, while that's being played, I have a low here that's important to me, which would be 41.98 to be specific, or 99, in holding that area for it to continue. If not, and we end up moving back down out of here, we're going to need to lose this, say, so 41.95 for my value area. So you're around in the area, you're looking for continuation depending on what's taking place, and just to watch out. So even though there's some static areas that we're having posted for levels that I provide, at the same time too, it's important to be in the chart room to have the active or new levels that are being produced during the day. So if not long already from the lows coming up here on CL, targeting first target 42, taking something back off at 42.32, you'd be holding for more up, and or waiting for the position to give you a new entry, which would be possibly in this area to hold 42s and then to pop back up to continue. So being in the room is very important. Here's the 55. Let's see what happens here, like I talked about. Looking for a play here on ES. CL's moving pretty quick, or NQ's moving pretty quick here. So I'm going to go ahead and grab this. It's a little after the trade, and play this down that we would not get past the 55, pushing back in here to 47s, and then retest this low and hold it for this range today on ES. Again, I'm fading here, so I have to watch myself, but we're looking for just a continuation down. They did not find new buyers up here, so that they would be pushing it down to play into the range, possibly based upon the chart, even though I need some new bars to come in here. I don't really have anything. I just have the open, so there's a drive. It's going to be important that if we lose this opening push up here, that it would continue back down on the lower end and extend this low. That's what I'm looking for right now. Otherwise we hold this and we're continuing back up, so you kind of have to watch that play a little bit.
Order submitted.
So here's back into the 51.75. I'm willing to add it if it'll give it to me on the short side.
Order filled.
Multitasking. Here's the CL one I talked about in here, the 42.08. Right, actually coming back down into that area for a possible scalp long on CL. Watching NQ for continuation. It is losing its low, so I'm looking to take something off on my add-ons here on ES and then see what the transition is going to be. We don't want to lose this 0.42 on NQ.
Target filled.
NQ still pushing, so I'm looking to take some more off here. Can keep going, but again, I'm within this range here.
Target filled.
NQ basically hitting its target down here, so it might not be much of a push. A little bit farther on ES, still holding the range and seeing if NQ will pop back up.
Target filled.
Because of that, I'm watching these shorts here tight and taking some more off. Not much, just getting a little bit out of it. We are still up. This could be the push down, as I use the term to get some more gas to pop up. So I'm watching NQ to be the leader, see what's happening. Still holding this. 072. Needs to fall for me. I'll move my trade right to break even. I am in at 51.50. Here we're at the open. Oops. I think I might be mismarked on my open here, but that's okay. You can see as I combine this, which is Todd, in contextual, and also the one and done for myself, if you choose to purchase the methodologies, how we come into this level that's of importance, and then bounce off of it, and I manage my ES trade. Like I had said, moving to break even. If it's going to keep going, they need to find some new sellers here, but otherwise they're going to use this to move back up, and we'll find out. So on the ES trade, correlating this together, it's one of the things that I do. I understand that this is still up. We haven't changed anything for trend. As far as the fade, like I had said, they had used the 55, could not get past the high. So now we need to see what the decisions are. More importantly, it's important here on the 33.42 for me. As we come in here, what had happened previously being above the RTH high, and then the value areas. Without losing this, we would still be up. And then again, NQ showing on the numbers here, bouncing around. So it either makes a decision to push here lower, test, see if they're going to find some acceptance lower here, or they're just, like I had said, bouncing around here, really screwing with some folks if they think that this is going to continue down. I think they're going to miss out on some opportunities moving towards a new all-time high. So finally we have a new area for a possible distribution, but this is a good low here. And they found excess here and new buyers that came in. So we have a big range here for back and forth, like I had said this week. Based upon this, because they found this, I'm actually closing my trade out.
Order filled.
Still for only a 1.5. ES can push down, but again, it's not driving right away as we have in that area. So I have a bad low here. And here comes some sellers, so we'll see if they put in a good low now and then make the transition. So I was a little premature on my short and should have held, but I played it safe. So it's nice to give this overview of what's taking place, so you kind of get into my mind a little bit, if it makes sense. It can be a little difficult, a little complex, but at the same time too, you understand, as I had talked about, that even though we might be pulling down and playing the levels, we have to watch ourselves, as new time frame buyers could come in and continue up, but in playing the level for the short, taking out what I call it being profitable, and then waiting for a clearer direction. Based upon combining all of the different instruments, or a couple of them at the same time. So now here's a bad low. So we could push a little bit lower here. Otherwise they're going to trap. NQ is going to trap some folks down here that got long and push it back up. And then that means that we don't have, it's not time for a new run up to the high. It means that these lower time frame traders here that got trapped, if it keeps going up, are going to liquidate. It's going to be short covering, which will pop it back up, but we still need to wait. Arnold down, Dow ripping which way? Down, up? Somebody had posted in the room as they trade YM. So I'm going to grab the CS. For a long. Good low, want to get back up in the open here. What is going on with this? So another good low here. NQ gets some action here, push up to 0.87, regaining the 0.72. playing the range here on ES. Meaning I have a low. Got to come up here, start filling this in. Need NQ to push here. Help my ES. Trying to get some off up here in the 50s. You're fighting this 3350 round number here. Not getting the reaction I want to see right now, this second. And then the NQ is still pushing down, not that it can't come up, so I'm going to close this out real quick, profitable.
Order filled.
On ES. Waiting for another rotation down and then back up. There's a little more on CL we talked about. Even though it's a 30-minute candle, you can see the low down here that I had mentioned. We've been in this area of 42, 41.99, but obviously popping up. If you would have played the 42, you got something out of it. premature on getting out, playing it easy, watching the accounts since Monday. Should have held the target to the 51s on ES. That's okay. And actually on the drop I got a little too. So we're kind of back and forth in this range. The plan was to play this, move back up, get up into this area here, which ended up working out. So still kind of cautious here a little bit, but that's okay. Ones that were called out had played. I still need NQ to get its butt going here. Even though we're down, you can see we're playing around here. Looking at a smaller time frame, still have this low, but I need to get above here and it's not. So that's what I was hoping for, that NQ would get above here and then help me on my trade. It didn't happen, even though ES ended up moving up to where we needed to. So we're in an area of range from the highs, back and forth, still waiting for continuation above 55 to confirm more up. Otherwise we're going to be back and forth here and then losing this 33, 45, 46 area. Same model that we talked about back into the 42, that we're going to have to lose this to go down. Otherwise it's just back and forth here as they're waiting for some information to propel the market, some new buyers to come in or out when we look at ES or NQ. Yes, the plan is still long on NQ unless it was going to change, as we talked about. So I bring this in a little bit more. We have some other lows that are being played here as well. So you could say on Wednesday's low, right, that we don't want to lose this, otherwise we're going back down. But we have this structure that they're playing back and forth on. So I am still expecting up. It's a long ways to go for us, but that is what I am still on the side of being bullish. So as of right now, there are always more trades, but those would be the trades for today. If you would have been long getting into here, playing the 55 back down and then losing, not necessarily playing for a long here. We didn't get into the 45, but we ended up getting into the high here at 46.75, which would be the play in here for having what I would say my expectation would not be high, that we're just going to move crazy. So playing the range back and forth, I would have the correct expectations. Playing the low, now playing the high back up and then back down. We have to watch that 55 area. I'm going to grab a cup of coffee here. Our confirmation for up on NQ is going to be this candle right here. So using the 072 area, we still have some time on it. a lot of time on this candle, but we will watch it. If it makes a new low, you can see obviously in here, as we have the chart, we have a good low here. So by holding this, if this is the new wick down and then coming back up, they're just testing this to pull this into the direction that I originally wanted as we move up. So we'll wait for this confirmation here to tell us more up on NQ. Otherwise we would be looking to push back down and to test this low at 034. So I'm going to get long here on ES.
Order filled.
Looking to test back up to the high end of 55. I will, again, we are in range, so I'll look to take something out in the 54s and then manage the trade. And Q, as I talked about, you can see is trying to move back up. So getting back into holding Friday's low and then pushing back up into the POC is going to be important. Otherwise we're just in this range here. If they can kick that back in, would make sense. We would move back up. But again, we need to be watching this candle here. Good low, same area that I need to get above here. Yes, needs to push above here. Retest these highs into the 54 is why I'm willing to watch myself here. So it's taking some scalps throughout the day while we're waiting for a bigger decision to be made. NQ not supporting me at this time. Still sticking with the trend on ES. Bullish, no change in direction. NQ is giving me a warning though, but see if we can get a rally here. Somewhat of a push back up, obviously holding the open here on ES. And then Friday's low on NQ. Still sticking with the trend here. Let's take a look at NQ. Back down. Retesting. Already got up in this area, so they're going to have some buyers here holding the low that I had marked here for Friday. Then we need to gain this whole 72. I don't put too much into it, but there's a lot of volume there at 53. Who knows if they're icebergs or not, just looking at the dome, so we need to get past the 53. They could pull orders, do whatever they need to do out of there. Looks like they keep refilling it. Click some more down here. Staying patient on the ES. And find out if they're going to slam me here or not. Let's get my peanuts off the table here. Wish it would have happened a little faster getting up to 54s, but that's okay. Still not there yet, so. I have to run here in a little bit as well. Obviously, I'll leave the stream on. A little more, let's do this. Get my peanuts off the table. I don't want to lose this area 3350 here again. If so, I'll probably take a small loss. So NQ just will not help me here. So it looks like some small sellers coming in here. I will be right back. I gotta do something. So if she drops down 6 points, I'm gonna take the loss. Alrighty, looks like we're gonna eat this one here. So we're dumping, I'm gonna eat this. .46s, I'll be out. NQ still pushing. See if I get lucky here on these lows. Doesn't look like it to me. It's trying to hold this. No.
Stop filled. Stop filled.
There you go. I'm eating that. So I have to not bail on you guys. I'm gonna leave this go. I got something I have to do real quick, and then obviously I'll be back on. I'm gonna leave the stream on and continue with this. So we're looking to gather this back here. We are losing the 45 as I talked about on ES. Getting in this area of 42 is going to be important. I still am on the side that I don't think that's going to happen. I think this is just set up for it to pop again. This 45 can end up popping it here, but again, I'm stuck in the middle of having to do some family stuff here real quick. So I'll leave the stream on, and then I will be back here in a short time frame.
Order filled. Target filled. Target filled. Order filled. Target filled. Target filled. Order filled. Target filled. Target filled.
So we need to gain the 42s here. As I put the line on there, we have a box too that we're hitting, making a decision whether or not we're going to have a double distribution. The double distribution for ES is pretty well seen here, and as I had the box added. So if we fill this up, it means that we are going to come up and start testing the highs. This is an area that it would try to get to, up to 49s. By moving back up, filling this in here, we're going to be buying lows and selling highs. And Q is the same thing. Same. So here's a box that was drawn. It's a little bit off. Well, I filled it in here, so it already has done what it needs to do. We have good lows, good highs, and we would be in balance, still continuing the trend as they psych some people out on this move back down towards the 28, which is significant to move down. Not that we can't keep playing these lows, but we had one big bar pushing down, losing the value high, and then coming all the way down, not really giving anybody an opportunity unless they would have shorted from up above. Obviously, like I had stated before, I was long trying to push this up, ended up taking the loser out of there, and then as we fell back down, I scalped longs back up, still sticking with the trend. So that's where I'm at. So I took my losers back on the drop that was out of there, still profitable for the day. I'm long right now, and moving back up to fill up these single prints and see if we can get all the way back up into 46, and then back into this area here would be a good target for the high. So a little bit more and I'll start getting filled here again. That will continue the balance. We need to fill this in. If we don't fill this in, we're going to have a double distribution.
Target filled.
Otherwise, filling this in, it's going to pull this back out, and we will start rounding everything off. So a couple more to fill up here past 44 to get in this area 45. And then would be moving us up to this area here as we look at it from a profile perspective. Still got some work to do here on NQ, but it's the same deal. If I stretch this out, you can kind of see what's taking place here when we're in the profile. It needs to fill this in, otherwise we're doing the same deal of doing a double distribution. So one step at a time. They threw us off a little bit, not necessarily. They dropped back down, came in, and we'll keep going. So awesome Tupac being up for the day. Good short scalp coming out of there. We obviously have some things to gain here, pulling this back out on the 30-minute. A lot of levels, a lot of lines, sorry for that. But as we come back in, and we are gaining previous lows to the left, and obviously playing a Globex high in this area and holding it. Regaining this low tells me that we're going to go up a little bit more on NQ, and then we need to get into gaining this here of 034 to confirm the upward movement and continuing the trend. So as of right now, this needs to push, otherwise we're leaving a little gap here. Good job, Tupac. As long as you're profitable, right? The majority of the moves. So now it's kind of showing its hand, and we'll find out. So this does not get filled down, but otherwise, as of right now, that's what it's doing. So we talked about a double distribution before last week when we went up all the way into 45.47, that it needed to come back and have some reassurance would be the term. So when it's down here and it's dropping so fast, it wants to reassure itself and see if there are actual sellers that are going to be in here again. Otherwise, this is a good low and pushing back up. So there's a good chance when we're at this low and we have this built up that it's going to come and retest. So we can be in the middle here, but obviously if they don't fill this and this starts pulling down, then it's going to be easy. But if they do fill it, then it's trying to move itself all the way up to 49. Taking a look here again. So here we are filling this. Here's the voids. I'll move it up so we have it because it's important. Right, that's where we're at. Looking to get some more off here at 44s for me.
Target filled.
There's some more fills for me. Another good example too, as we talked about over the weekend, repeating myself, taking the loss as we come down, and taking the loss out of there, and we give it a chance. But again, if you kept riding this all the way down, you'd be in trouble. Not that people are doing that, but it's important to talk about that. So if we kept hanging on to this, we'd be up here instead of allowing us to make some money on the moves back up. As we're doing it, putting ourselves in a position to make sure that we can get back on the good trades. So working out well, even though you might take a loss during the day. So there's been, I'd have to look. I'm going to say 4 positive scalps, 1 loser that I ended up taking on 6 points. And then out of here, I just took another one as I was riding this back up from the 38s into the 44s, taking that all back, being positive for the day. So we have filled the void. So now you can see where there's some pockets in there. This would change from an overall perspective. Let's delete it. So we start to forecast what's taking place. So now we have some, you could say there's another one right here, another void in here, and then what we're doing is probably going to fill this in here all the way. The ultimate goal here again over time would be to fill this all the way in. There's a good overview for everybody. So we're into London again here. We had the opportunity to take some moves back and forth, and then now if you're trading some other instruments, as we're watching things here, let me check the rooms. Good job, Tupac, on the GC. One of the things too that we have, I know you guys hear this from us all the time, there's several methodologies, that we offer. And maybe the best way to say it is that um, really what we're doing is a hybrid of everything that works. So even though I might talk about a certain profile, or there might be levels or contextual or the one and done methodology, the basic essence of everything is taking the hybrid of everything and then bringing it together. Some folks are trading other indicators that line up with certain areas. Really, it is about context and market structure. So again, it makes it pretty simple as we look at some of this, that if this is the previous high and you come in here and you can't get through here, this being a certain structure, and then we move back down, we have these other structure highs to the left to understand. So this pulling back down, can't get up, now drops through here. Where's it trying to get to? Back to the market structure in this area here. Some people would use the term value. So there it is from that perspective again. These things are gone over in the methodologies that people can start to fish for themselves. And there are certain methods to pick, either the one and done out of there, the contextual, the precision method, or for people that are new coming to the market that may be Ameritrade, there is a fast track method to give an overview of how you work a dome, what's happening in the market, what's the structure, what's the terminology. So there are several things and several people in the room that trade different methods, and once you understand what they're doing and using those methods and putting it together, it makes it to be a little more advanced. So as the overview too, like some might have said that they were looking for the short to pull down. I'm still long until it changes, and you have to be able to manage this correctly on this drop as we pop back up into the levels to be able to play the market both ways. It feels really crazy when you look at this from the market moving down so fast. I mean, we're looking at what, 145 all the way down to 9, so over 200 points on NQ, and people are probably short all the way in here, and this is going to continue back up in my opinion. So we have some areas that we need to continue to get above and test that are marked, and then as we do this, ES as an overview has not lost its structure and is still staying in to move up to make new all-time highs. It's important that you understand the specific significant levels that generally I have marked per my methodology that I use, and then also at the same time too, as I talked about, the 33.35. And when you look at the price action of what's taking place by holding this, we'd continue back up. So all of the time frames are up when we look at a yearly, monthly, weekly, daily. The only difference is that a 4-hour was changed. There was a possibility that they were going to change the daily, and by holding the 35, they did not change it. So it's just a smaller time frame pushed down on a 4-hour lower level, and then regaining the daily and confirming that they still want to move up higher. So we'll watch this 33.35. We'll watch the progression as far as the market is working on these levels that I had marked. And now as we're building and filling in the profile, there's a possibility too, as we have this to forecast, that we could see even a profile that ends up coming like this. And then holding this tells us being weighted on this side to be above. So we would need to have validation, which we do on the 30 minutes by using the other profile to the left here. So all these things are covered. I'm just giving a little overview for those that are interested as they're watching on Twitch or YouTube, that the things that we are talking about and sharing, you have access to by coming into the room. There is a code that is in the room. I will post that again on Twitch. That states, and you can actually go to the Pro Futures Group website. It's right on the front to come in bi-weekly for $94.99 with a free 2-week period. So enough said. See what happens here. for somebody playing the one and done methodology, if you were short at 45, there'd be nothing wrong with that at all. Obviously, from the 45, we're trying to get back down to or use the levels that you would be above. Here would be 43, so it'd not necessarily be 5 points. But if you were looking to scalp this, being in the base of it, they're looking to try to gain the previous highs, which 45 happens to be Thursday's high here. So if you were doing it, we need to make sure that there's some money made right away. Let's look at it from a smaller time frame. So here's the 45. If you would have pulled down to this low, here's 43. And then it's trying to fill this right here. And as I said, trying to get up to the 49 area. So after we filled this gap, that's where we're at. Test. There's the 45 back down. where I talked about, back into this area right here of 4175. So if you were scalping and playing the levels, you seem to be working out very well. Watching this runoff, maybe taking a loss here at the 39 on the original one, back down, and then playing these back up. So.
Order filled. Target filled.
So now we got a little game being played here with these gaps. So more than likely we're going to sit on the high end of this profile.
Target filled.
Pushing up towards the 49 like I said. So this is filled here, 48. We'll watch how this plays out, but we're going to have to come into here again. 44, 45 area. So, almost done here. Right, filling this out. Sometimes it's easier to see when we have such a big range what's taking place and then having other levels that are in there. So I don't have the lines in here, but they're matching too at the same time. So as we're back in here on the 03. I'm sorry, 0334. And like I said, what we need to get above here. So Friday's low, continue up, now back up. There we are on the ES. Like I said, see, filling that up. Filling up the 49 right there. So the question is, how many people got thrown off even though we had to manage this of coming down, right? Look what's happening. How many people missed this? I'm sorry to say. Trend up, bullish till we lose 45. Now we're gaining 45 here again, right? A little tricky sometimes. Alrighty. It's quiet here. There's not a lot to do unless you're looking at some other products in there. But again, we're doing the same deal as far as doing what I had said. So we filled out here some of the profile, leaving a new area of profile, and then pushing back up. Need to get past this. So here's the 09 now, the 034 for NQ, and just some balance area back and forth here again. So same thing for ES. So all in all, it's been a good day. Like always, like most days, just got to be a little patient sometimes. The roofing material is in. Just waiting on confirmation from the roofer. That's correct, Tupac. Black dotted lines are value high or low. White are POC. So per the chart, to understand momentum, it's the biggest deal, bull or bear. As we come back down and I have this, these are forwarded over, so they're actually coming from the shaded area on Friday. They just move over so they don't get missed. So if we go below here, we end up obviously in the value targeting the next lower value area. Then regaining, closing above, pushes us up back above here again to help us get back into the original trend back up. So the shaded line here happens to be the value area for Globex. Shouldn't say shaded, the full line, right? And then now we have here. So here's the RTH, value high, here's the low, and here's the POC for the current time frame. Then after the day changes or the 24-hour period ends, it'll go to a dotted line. It's going to be weird for you, Tupac, because your areas might be different than mine, and that's still okay. There's a good point here to talk about this, right? So even the gentleman who we follow as we talk about the market profile, right, even states that in the beginning we might focus on the value area highs and lows, but that's not really what market profile is about. That's elementary when it comes into it. It's more or less how the price is moving. So don't get too fixated on where these are located. Again, it's just a line in the sand, whether or not it's a point higher or a point lower. It's what's happening in the current profile in the closing of the bars that's important. So when we look at that profile again, divide it up, I come to a lower time frame so I can see what's taking place here. We can see what's happening, and then that corresponds with the value areas that we would be looking at. But still, the levels, the lines, the price action is what's really important as we have that. So hopefully that makes sense as you're looking at it. So the beginning of it and the training, Tupac, which Tupac is in the Discord room, and I'm talking to him, but others get to listen, which is nice, as this is out here to prove that we know what we're doing. The beginning of it is to make sure that we have some areas as reference points to mark, so we'd be using these values as reference points to understand direction, and then the next stage would be using all of the descriptions that I talk about over and over to understand what is the possibility and where the market can move to, and trusting that, which ends up having a bull or a bear aspect. That's what it looks like, Tupac, exactly. So we always kind of have a couple options, if this, then that. And that might confuse some folks, but if you understand acceptance or continuation, then it makes sense. So you have kind of like another way to look at it, as you had talked about, as the image that it's showing here. Obviously we have a gap here, so it's very common that we would come back down, which makes sense for other people, that this move up here would have gained this, if you wanted to use that term. So it'd come back down to test this, and then it fills this in while still holding this to create that pattern that we talked about. So in playing that pattern, then it's the questions of defining whether or not we are in range, or whether or not we have a double distribution, or what type of pattern that we have, of how that pattern is played and what we look for. We understand that right now without this roaring up here, which is another added value in here that I'm bringing to the table for free, is that even though we have a good low, what's pushing this up is short-term buyers, or a better way to look at it would be short covering. If there were real buyers, they would keep pushing this up. So it's not. So because I understand that this is short covering, that is pushing this up with some buyers, it gives me the correct expectation. So as you can see here, as I mark these things over and over, this is probably what's going to happen here, while still holding the pattern that you had talked about. So we always want to keep track of opens, settlements. Those are some other parts, Joe, to understand the momentum of what's taking place. By using what I teach in the contextual stuff, that's where you're going to have the biggest advantage to put your finger on or understand the fingerprint of what's possible with either bull or bear, or having the right expectations, either shorter term or longer term expectations. So again, there's not many, and even though there might be a loss, and people might look at that and go, oh, he took a loss. No, I handled it correctly. And then in playing what's going back and forth, I'm able to get back on what I need to, of either buying or selling of the things that I've pointed out today. So those are listening to Twitch or on YouTube. If you're serious and want to become a professional trader, step into the 14-day free trial, take a look around. There's no obligation. If it doesn't make sense, there's no value there, then you obviously can just leave, and there's no cost. If there is some value, and you're serious about being a full-time trader, the things that I've shared today should validate that it's worth giving it a try. there's the pullback into what was forecasted. Nice, Tupac. Forecasted, obviously we're moving up, filling this up, so we have on NQ. NQ now changes for us a little bit, meaning that we had some areas that needed to be filled in. We have filled that in, so now we would be in range, longing from the low and shorting from the highs. So whenever I do this, right, and you go through it, and again, people are going to have this live stream isn't going to go on forever. You're getting a lot of benefits here if somebody's critiquing this. If you look at a higher time frame level, or what I have on my chart of a 30-minute, right, and you're like, well, what's going on? And then all of a sudden I drop down to that lower time frame, and you can use other time frames. All of a sudden it starts making a little more sense to you. So if you're just looking at this specifically, you might not be sure that there was an opportunity here.
Order filled.
All right, I'm long here. Let's see what happens. So on the screen, we need to get back to this 45 area.
Target filled.
And then on the higher side would be up in here in the 49s again to continue what we talked about. There's a possibility we could come down here and fill in below 43s as well.
Target filled.
So trusting the procedures that are shown up here again. Only maybe one little, I wouldn't even say a mistake, just going with the way the market is. Obviously it dumped pretty fast there. Was prepared for it if it wasn't going to work. But at the same time too, in setting up, forecasting, what are the possibilities, are working out very well here. All right, Tupac. So I kind of understand your question, but you're gone, so it's fine. We can handle it later as you're looking at it. Some of the questions, too, as I've provided a lot of value here today. I don't want to cut people off. I guess it's the same deal, you know, whether or not you're installing carpets, you're a heart surgeon, or anything else that's out there, there's still value by people coming into the group. There's a lot of information that's been dumped here and helping out. So since the stream is free, they are hearing this as well. But there's been some questions about the movements back and forth and the way the market is, and that's what's most important. So I'll wait for the individual to get back. This stream is going to be shut off too, probably a little bit afternoon Central Time. For the members, obviously, it'll continue, but there are some processes that need to take place as us following this and bringing value in. So typically the chart room stream, Discord, Zoom room, other people are seeing Discord, Zoom through the chart room today if they are members. If not, then you have access to it free to let you guys know what we do that are watching Twitch or YouTube. But the other ones in there on the Zoom area is something that you would receive by coming into the room, and then the Twitch and the YouTube will stop its process. But generally the chart room is open Monday through Friday, 8:30, 8 o'clock Central Time for an overview till noon Central Time. So noon today the free stream will be shutting off. Most people would probably say we're crazy. We're going to go make an all-time high to me, since I said that. Again, we're not there yet. We've got to watch ourselves as it works out. Be aware of what's happening. They just decided to dump it and play a little game here before we end up moving higher. So we need some confirmation on NQ. But trend is still up. Okay, scalp, nice. In the ES Discord room. Right, momentum up, pull back. Love your term, remount. Let's get on that baby and ride her. And Q, because we're hitting again. Obviously it was a previous low as well. Works out with Thursday's low. So here's the high side
Order filled.
of the balance. right? The open. Even though we came down this first time after it moved back up. We got some stuck folks here. I'm going to see what they do. If they were buys, came out, were holding, now got stuck. Now they're in a position here of having to make a decision. Either they're going to try to get out, cover their stuff, or push it back down here again, which is what I'm hoping for. So I happen to be short right now, looking to get to a playback here of 46s. The one on the screen right now for YouTube and Twitter, it is a proprietary 30-minute chart. It is a 30-minute chart, but it's set up a little different than a standard 30-minute chart. But it's 30-minute candles. The one prior to this is 5 minutes. It's the same thing too when I'm looking at NQ and showing what's happening. So here's 30-minute chart on the NQ, and then I'll bounce back over and show a 5-minute too to understand what's happening, to define it a little bit more. So it's pretty standard for me. I will use some other charts. I do look at yearly, monthly, weekly, daily, and a 4-hour as well. But otherwise that can clutter it up on the stream over there. So hopefully that answers your question. So but I am a proponent of volume-based charts as well. So this drops back down to 48, starts filling me. That'll be 7 wins for the day and 1 loser. We'll see if it'll give it to me or not. Holding the open for ES. And Q pushing some more too, as you can see. It is lunchtime. I'm giving this a little, not room, but time. Here we are hitting this again. Let's see what it's going to do here or not. During the lunchtime, it can slow down. Obviously, I don't see any tempo, not that it can't pop back up here. I am fighting the trend here a little bit as we come back up, but I'm trying to trust the balance. So I'm watching this current candle that's in the view here. I'd like it to go red. All right, it's noon here. We're in this trade still. I am going to shut down the stream. I have some things that I need to do. I hope everybody enjoyed it. As far as the Twitch and the YouTube stream that is free for people to see, there is a code that has been placed in the stream for people to come in and try the services, the chart room, and go over some of the more things that I have talked about and see the levels that are played throughout the day. As I had said, there has been 7 winners and 1 loser today, and we'll have to see how this trade works out. I'm looking to get back into the 46-48 area on it, fighting the trend here a little bit. If we don't get going, then I would just close it out if I can get at break even and a little bit positive. So I hope everybody enjoyed the Twitch and the YouTube stream and that it was helpful. Again, you can reach out to profuturesgroup.com. On the front page there is that code for 14-day free trial, no obligation, to come into the chart room, see what we are doing, and see if there's some value there for yourself with no obligation.